you are in RV. That is why watertight doors should be closed so that any progressive flooding of the vessel cannot take place. Even if you have been hit or even if a collision has taken place, ingress of the water is limited to a compartment and it will not go from one compartment to another compartment, resulting in capsizing. I think this is also a very important point mentioned in each checklist. Should be there in your company checklist also. Close watertight doors when in RV or near RV. Helmsman on standby, helmsman should be there. He should be doing the steering. But maybe a helmsman required on standby also. But helmsman is a helmsman. He should not be employed for keeping lookout. He should be there for only hand steering. Lookouts posted, extra lookouts posted, and then of course checklist will contain the words that master and engine room has been informed. What about the engine room? What should be the guideline for engine room? Inform कर दिया आपने. But what does the normal SMS say
Engine
about
room should be manned, sir. Engine room should be manned.
No unmanned operation. Engine room should be manned. This is also vital. Main engine, as you can see, rule 19 should be available for immediate use. Main engine is at your disposal as a navigating officer, but in RV it should be ready for maneuvering at any given time. Immediate maneuvering. That will only happen when the engine room is manned. Of course, rule 19 to be followed, proceeding safe speed, which is included in rule 19. You have to go with safe speed. Safe speed. I'm sure you understand what is safe speed. We are interacting with you officers, but there is no harm in discussing and interacting more. एक बात आइए, just as a small discussion. Singapore Straits है. A container vessel, loaded container vessel, proceeding at 15 knots. I repeat, proceeding at 16 knots or 17 knots, and a bulk carrier proceeding at 14 knots, which is at more safe speed.
Container, sir.
Container.
Yes.
I think this gentleman is right. Container. Why you say so? Then I
सर
will.
उसकी मैन्युअबिलिटी बहुत तेज है बल्क कैरियर्स के कंपैरिजन में. आगे बाउ थ्रस्टर भी है तो वो कहीं भी टर्न कर सकता है. इंजन जल्दी स्टॉप, उसके बहुत ज्यादा मैन्युअबिलिटी उस हिसाब से डिजाइन होती है सर. कंटेनर वेसल्स आगे से डिजाइन भी वैसे ही होते हैं पर फास्ट स्पीड एंड फास्ट मैन्युअबिलिटी.
तुमने बाकी सारी चीजें सही बोली है. आई
Stop.
डिफर ओपिनियन रिगार्डिंग बाउ थ्रस्टर. बाउ थ्रस्टर की इफेक्टिव स्पीड कितनी होनी चाहिए?
Less than 5 knots.
फिर हम बात कर रहे हैं 15 नॉट 17 नॉट. वहाँ बाउ थ्रस्टर कहाँ से आ गया? Even if you use the bow thruster, will it be effective at 17 knots, 15 knots?
Sir, stopping distance will be.
सर
It will damage the thruster blade.
But sir, in container vessel, you still have maneuverability in case of emergency. Still got.
See, container vessel, normal laden container vessel, you know, उसकी maximum speed कितनी हो सकती है? हटा सकता. Just as a discussion. How much could be the maximum speed?
20
knots, 22 knots, right? She is proceeding at 17 knots, so she's got reserve speed. अब coming back to the bulk carrier proceeding at 15 knots, उसकी maximum speed कितनी है?
जितनी बोली है उतनी ही होती है.
उतनी होगी. तो फिर who is at more safe speed? One which has got a reserve speed, which is the container. He is at more safe speed because he has got some reserve speed. He's not going at full speed, he's got reserve speed in his pocket. So this is why when you compare vessels like this by the type and nature, in our case what we are discussing, the container vessel becomes moving at safe speed instead of the bulk carrier, although the quantum of the speed, if you look at it, bulk carrier seems to be at safe speed. Okay? When you are in RV, this should also figure. You should always explore, in a case of emergency, what is the possibility of anchoring, so that in case of emergency you can drop anchor and stand by, just in case you need to drop. It is not that after you reach the emergency you start looking for the anchorage. This should be done beforehand in your contingency plan or maybe even the basic plan. Now, next emergency we can talk about is collision. One very important point is not to make immediate effort to keep dismantle or separate from the other vessel if you have collided. We are not talking of action in case of avoiding collision. We are talking action in case of collision happening. Then you should not try to break away from the other vessel, because that can result in flooding to both of them. Maybe if they've got holes, if they are already breached in the hull, and if you separate, you are definitely going to lead to flooding. Emergency alarm, of course. Deck lights and NUC lights, you switch on. This should be part of your contingency plan. Please remember, we are also looking at the same time, we are looking at a question, answer to a question which says develop a contingency plan for action in case of collision. ये भी आता है question. It could be not what is the contingency plan, it could be with reference to your own vessel in a case of collision, develop a contingency plan. With reference to your own vessel having a collision, develop a contingency plan. This could also be a type of question asked. In fact, it has been asked. तो उसके लिए भी यही points आएंगे. You are developing a contingency plan. So you say sound emergency alarm, switch on deck lights and NUC lights, inform master and engineer. They are all points to be mentioned in that checklist which you are developing as an answer. Now you have sounded emergency alarm, general emergency alarm, so we will presume muster has taken place. When muster has taken place, हाँ जी बोलिए.
सर पहला पॉइंट बताएं, थोड़ा समझाएंगे. It may be prudent to maintain a few revolutions in the engines to avoid fuel.
This is actually talking about a collision has happened and the vessels are stuck with each other. Both vessels are stuck with each other. Let us say one vessel has made inroads into the hull of the other vessel. So they are both stuck. Now what he is trying to say is that if you try to break away, you might have a hole gaping. अगर वो ऐसे के ऐसे लगे हुए हैं, if they are embedded, then flooding cannot take place because the vessel is into the other vessel. But if you try to separate, what is happening? Immediately, if you try to separate, what can happen? You will leave the hole.
Yes sir, हो जाएगा.
And then flooding can take place. So it may be possible to avoid flooding, to stay as you are till more help comes in way of tugs, etc.
Okay sir, copy.
That is the point being made, first point. So, knee-jerk reaction क्या होगा? Knee-jerk reaction क्या होगा अगर collision हो जाए तो? What will be the knee-jerk reaction in the breath? How will you react to it? Let us say your bow has gone inside the hull of another vessel.
Okay sir.
Then what is the knee-jerk reaction? How you will react?
सर
इंजन बंद करेंगे सर सबसे पहले अपना.
हाँ कर दिया. उसके बाद
कैप्टन तो खुद ही आ जाएगा, कारनामा किया होगा तब तो.
नहीं, maybe you will try to break away. Maybe astern दोगे. You want to come out of it?
नहीं सर.
नहीं सर, we will not come out unless salvage teams are there. We will not come out.
Okay. ठीक है, बस यही point है. Do not try to break away because that can result in flooding and consequent sinking. अगर separate कर रहे हो immediately. What kind of message you will broadcast to all ships in vicinity for a collision?
Distress message.
अर्जेंसी.
सर डिपेंड करता है ना कोलिजन का एक्सटेंड क्या है. आग उग लग गई तो करेंगे ना डिस्ट्रेस. हम तो जा रहे हैं जहाज छोड़ के.
मुझे एक बात बताओ. What is the definition of distress in GMDSS जो आप broadcast करने जाते हैं? How is that defined in GMDSS? Distress.
सर अगर आप MFHF या VHF को देखोगे, in the distress only we can see collision is there already.
Okay.
Collision grounding ये सबके लिए distress में ही है, distress frequencies ही है.
when one or more persons are in grave and imminent danger and require immediate assistance. I don't think just for a collision you have reached this stage. हाँ, इसके बाद हो सकता है डेवलप हो जाए, कोई फ्लडिंग हो गया, कुछ हो गया, वेसल सिंक कर रहा है, then of course you're moving toward that. So will not an urgency message be more appropriate?
आसपास के लोगों को सर कि
Okay, now you have sounded general emergency alarm, so I believe number 6 point can be easily done. Head count and damage assessment. Damage assessment तो ठीक है, आप as chief officer you will organize, but head count हो जाएगा immediately because this is important to see that everybody is on board and not hurt. So head count should be done in case of collision by sounding the general emergency alarm. Number 2 point. I think your contingency plans will contain damage control parties and detailed duties. नहीं है तो उसको बनाओ. अगर ऐसा नहीं है आपके शिप पे, where you have taken over as chief officer, then you have to develop the damage control party and detail the duties inside the damage control party muster list. Bilge pumps, ballast pumps, to be used effectively to eject or pump out any affected area where flooding is taking place. Then, of course, this is shut all water doors, fire doors to avoid any water ingress. Navigational report, weather report should be taken so that you can know how you are going to have the weather future on and what to expect. Survival craft should be immediately available for lowering. अगर ऐसी जरूरत पड़ जाए तो at that time you don't start running. Your detailing of the duties on the muster station will include delegating a few guys. 2 people should be able to lower the lifeboat, survival craft, so you should detail and have the survival craft ready for boarding, just in case you need it. Collision हो गया, it may lead to evacuation, it may lead to abandoned ship, so you should prepare for that also. What about chief officer, who is involved most emphatically, and we had in that class also? What are his duties in collision? Now this could be a question. As a chief officer, what will be your duties in a collision case on your vessel? Do we agree with internal soundings of all tanks? Collision
Yes,
होता है, collision होता है, so there may be flooding taking place in some tank. So अच्छा, ये इसके लिए आप क्या बोलोगे? ये point number 1. How does it become important?
सर कोलिजन का इम्पैक्ट चेक करने के लिए कि सर किसी टैंक में कुछ होल वगैरह तो नहीं होगा, कि फ्लडिंग तो नहीं हो रही उस टैंक में, पानी का लेवल बढ़ रहा है या किसी चीज़ का, तो
हाँ,
ये चेक करवाने के लिए सर.
राइट. और मुझे एक बात बताओ, ये कैसे होगा कंप्लीट इंटरनल साउंडिंग्स ऑफ ऑल टाइम्स?
सर वी विल बी हैविंग अ स्टेबिलिटी कंडीशन प्रायर टू कोलिजन ना, तो उसकी साउंडिंग्स हमारे पास रहेंगी. जहाँ पे भी साउंडिंग चेंज हुई है मतलब रप्चर हो गया.
यार ये तो सब जानते हैं, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि ये कैसे आप कंप्लीट करेंगे. मेरा एक पॉइंट है इसमें, वो आपका आंसर नहीं आया. एनीवे देखते हैं, अगर कोई दे दे आंसर. कोई
सर कैसे कंप्लीट करेंगे, मतलब क्या कि साउंडिंग कैसे लेंगे, क्या कैसे कंप्लीट?
नहीं. तुम्हें कैसे पता चला है कि ये टैंक रप्चर हुआ है?
सर एवरी मॉर्निंग चीफ ऑफिसर साउंडिंग लेता है.
ये पॉइंट है ना, ये पॉइंट है. अगर आपके पास पुरानी साउंडिंग है तो, अगर आप साउंडिंग बुक मेंटेन कर रहे हैं तो, अगर आप
सर बोला तो था उससे,
साउंडिंग,
साहिल ने यही चीज तो बोली थी.
यार तुमने आर्गुमेंट करना तो करते जाओ. चलो लेट्स वेस्ट टाइम. मैं कह रहा हूं कि इसका इंपॉर्टेंस ऐसे बनता है, जस्ट इन केस यू आर एक्चुअली डूइंग इट पर डे, AM/PM लोडेड पैसेज AM/PM, तब ये बात बनती है. अदरवाइज इट्स अ वेस्ट. देन यू कैनॉट कंपेयर अगर आपके पास पुरानी साउंडिंग नहीं है तो. दिस मेक्स इट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू अंडरस्टैंड एज अ चीफ ऑफिसर दैट यू हैव टू मेंटेन साउंडिंग्स बुक as well as get sounding done each day, so that Just in case you happen to get into a situation like this, then you can compare and find out which tank is ruptured. अगर ऐसा है. Hello, say something, no problem.
Yes.
Then machinery space. This is important because, you know, instead of having a tank ruptured, instead of having a 4-peak tank ruptured or something, you might have the engine room getting flooded. So this also has to be checked, whether machinery space is wet or dry, which means engine room तो flood नहीं हो रहा, क्योंकि उसका पूरा different scenario बन जाएगा flooding of engine room. Head count goes without saying in any emergency. Head count is very essential so that you know if there is a casualty, missing person, then this should be taken care of. Pollution possibility in case of collision is very much possible. Maybe this collision has taken in way of an oil tank. Now you have a different scenario altogether. Not only that you have a collision, you have one concern, but you may have a pollution possibility because oil tank is ruptured, which leads more and more gravity of the situation. I actually agree to this part. Consider ballasting. I will put it stroke deballasting to bring damaged portion above waterline. This is a good point actually. Ballasting, stroke deballasting. It could be both ways. To bring the damaged portion above the waterline, which will help you to curtail the ingress of water. It may not be immediately possible, but this should be kept in mind, especially as chief officer, to consider ballasting stroke deballasting to bring the damaged portion above waterline, which will help to control or stop ingress of water. ऊपर ले आते उसको.
सर
हाँ जी.
सर इसमें लाइफ बोर्ड के रिगार्डिंग कोई पॉइंट नहीं होना चाहिए.
नहीं ऊपर था ना यार.
नहीं इसमें सर व्हाट इज द चीफ ऑफिसर्स ड्यूटीज इन कोलिजन. लाइफ बोर्ड प्रिपरेशन भी तो.
एक बात बताइए, ये जो है ये सारा कोई और करेगा, आप ही करेंगे?
सर उसमें स्पेसिफिकली सर लिखा है ना व्हाट इज चीफ ऑफिसर. सर ये भी तो सर मैं उसमें इसलिए पूछ रहा था.
हाँ हाँ. देखो जब हमने कहा प्रिपेयर सर्वाइवल क्राफ्ट फॉर इमीडिएट लॉन्चिंग इफ सिचुएशन डिमांड, ये कौन कराएगा? हु विल डू इट?
ठीक है सर. हाँ
तो फिर ये चीफ ऑफिसर का सर एक सेपरेट से सेक्शन
नहीं समझा नहीं, प्लीज से अगेन.
चीफ ऑफिसर का एक सेपरेट से सेक्शन दिया ना आपने.
वो ठीक है बिकॉज अपार्ट फ्रॉम ऑल दिस चीफ ऑफिसर ये भी करेगा. लेट मी पुट इट दिस वे. जब आपने मस्टर स्टेशन कर दिया, when you collect from the muster station, then who normally conducts the head count? Who will be the in charge on the muster station? तुम्हारी चेकलिस्ट क्या कहती है तुम्हारी लास्ट कंपनी की? चीफ ऑफिसर. चीफ ऑफिसर. So having agreed on that, who will give the order to prepare the lifeboat for launching, survival craft rather for launching? Master. हाँ पर वो किसको डेलीगेट होगी? चीफ ऑफिसर ही तो करेगा. चीफ ऑफिसर को. सिंपल बात है. And please remember one more thing. Good that you are raising this issue. One more thing you must remember is that these are only points which are, correlated, but they do not have any meaning because these are not generic. They are not textbook answers. You can always change them. These are only guidelines. Yes, answer होना चाहिए. You can always change it. You feel it should go separately. ऐसे कर लो. कोई दिक्कत नहीं. Textbook तो है कोई है नहीं. Textbook answer है नहीं. Textbook answer नहीं है. So you may jumble up. You may devise your own answer. So again, this is something which will come later on when you come to phase 2, etc. But just for insight or just to have a overview, this is very vital. Legally speaking, this is very vital. Very, very vital. Exchange of information with the other vessel. This is required by Merchant Shipping Act. which will include your port of departure, port of destination, his port of departure, his port of destination, जिसके साथ collision हुआ है. And of course, these entries will be made in the official logbook. And then you will follow it up by communication, which is urgency or distress signal, information with other vessel, marine investigation board, और उनको मैसेज देना है. एम्बर, ओ यस, कंपनी ओनर चार्टरर्स, इनको जाएंगे मैसेजेस. कोस्ट गार्ड इन्वॉल्व एंड एमआरसीसी, अगर वो भी इन्वॉल्व हो गए तो इन सबको मैसेजेस आप रिले करेंगे. दिस कैन गो एज अ पॉइंट फॉर कम्युनिकेशन. अगर आपको लग रहा है that your vessel has been damaged to the extent कि आपको किसी और पोर्ट की तरफ डाइवर्ट करना है, you have to seek a port of refuge, तो उनको भी मैसेज जाएंगे. और if you are hiring or you are looking for tugs, that messages have to go for tugs, towing, etc. Extent of damage is such that you need to dry dock. Then, you know, for quite a few points like dry dock, etc. Agents, port of refuge, ये points जो है ये normally you have to mention this in the answer, but normally this will be taken care of by the company DPA. ये
डीपीए कब से एजेंट से बात कर?
sorry, हाँ जी बोलिए प्लीज.
तो कह रहा था सर इस पॉइंट को थोड़ा एक्सप्लेन कर दीजिए सर. एजेंट्स पोर्ट ऑफ रिव्यू चीज जिसमें डीपीए लाइक कैसे आएंगे वर्क में सर.
Okay, leave it here. Maybe I'm going too fast. Maybe this is beyond phase 1. आप एक बात नहीं समझ रहे. पहले आप ये बताइए कि do you understand what is port of refuge? फिर आगे चलते हैं. Do you know
Yes,
what is
sir.
port of? Okay.
Yes.
Port of refuge is a port sought in emergency for a vessel which is unable to complete her voyage because of special circumstances, like this one, collision हो गया. So she has to seek a port of refuge to repair before she can proceed on her voyage. You understand? ऐसे केस में अगर एजेंट अप्लाई करना है उसकी बात हो रही है. टीपीए हर रोज आके एजेंट अप्लाई नहीं करता, बट वी आर लुकिंग एट अ सिनेरियो ऑफ अ एजेंट टू बी हायर्ड फॉर पोर्ट ऑफ रिफ्यूज. अब डीपीए
ओके सर.
देखो, नॉर्मल केस में अगर तुमको एक एजेंट हायर करना है तो कौन करता है? यू आर गोइंग ओनर, राइट, और द कंपनी. कंपनी बोल देते हैं. जब आप किसी पोर्ट में जा रहे हैं अंडर नॉर्मल नेविगेशन, जो कोई फॉर पोर्ट ऑफ डिस्चार्ज और पोर्ट ऑफ लोडिंग, तो आपके पास एक एजेंट आता है ना, वो किसने भेजा है? आइदर चार्टरर और दी ओनर, राइट?
Yes, sir.
राइट. बट व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग एम्प्लॉइंग एन एजेंट फॉर अ पोर्ट ऑफ रिफ्यूज, अब ये क्या बना? इमरजेंसी हो गई. एक बात बताओ, इवन इफ वी डू नॉट डिस्कस दिस, मुझे एक बात बताओ, इफ यू हैव अ कोलिजन, डीपीए इज नॉट इन्वॉल्व. अगर कोलिजन हो गया है, जो हमारा कंटीजेंसी चल रहा है, कोलिजन, so will DPA not be involved in a case of collision?
Involved, sir.
बस जब वो इन्वॉल्व हो गया तो he is the person, the DPA is the one who will help you to finalize an agent at the port of refuge, because he has all the knowledge, he has all the accessibility. Okay. Then next what we can talk about is grounding. Collision छोड़ दो, let's go for grounding. Accidental grounding is ground, मतलब standing या grounding accidentally when the vessel runs aground is one. Very good. And what is a deliberate grounding? ये तो accidental है. What is deliberate grounding?
Beaching.
Teaching.
Okay. What else? Think about it. don't take it दिल पे मत लो. लेकिन what about dry docking? Is it accidental or is it deliberate grounding? Dry docking.
Deliberate grounding.
मतलब you cannot quote this as a definition, but dry docking is actually also deliberate grounding. Maybe happening only at the keel block, but it is grounding. Maybe only the stern is getting in first, but it is grounding, right? But that is deliberate. But anyway, उसको भी छोड़ दो तो accidentally if you run on shore, then it is called grounding or stranding. This is going to result or could result, especially if the ground is rocky, it could result in huge damage to the bottom part. So the first thing to do is to ensure that you secure the safety of crew, cargo and vessel, and of course environment also, because pollution should also not result in a case of grounding. So without going further, what do you think should be the contingency for grounding? अगर ऐसा हो जाए, what should you have a checklist which says कि ये काम कर लो अगर grounding हो जाए?
So same sounding of all tanks and informing to the master and all engine room and to the authorities also.
एक मिनट, please hold on. We are interacting. I'm liking the idea because you know. Now we can start. Let us build up a checklist as interaction. पहला पॉइंट क्या कहेंगे आप? Let's go step wise. Grounding हो गया तो फर्स्ट पॉइंट क्या होगा? Can you see the shade screen?
The nature of
So sounding all tanks.
Inform master in engine room.
Stop engines.
immediately stop the engines. Immediately
I
stop
think this
the
is very good. This is a very good point. पहला चीज ये होनी चाहिए. Stop engine.
Sir, verify vessels positions. Check chart at this.
एक एक करके बोलते हैं पहले.
Inform engine room and master.
Okay.
Verify vessel position. Check where we are on chart and at this.
Engine room master. Next.
Sound thermal emergency alarm.
एक मिनट please, एक मिनट. Let's go very slowly. और एक point is where which I agree. Verify vessel position. Right. Verify vessel position.
एक सीक्वेंस में जा रहे हैं, ये तो बाद में करेंगे ना.
Lights and
पोजीशन
sound
तो
signal.
वेरीफाई बाद में करेंगे सर. पहले तो इमरजेंसी अलार्म साउंड करेंगे. क्या पता फ्लडिंग हो जाए उससे. हम पोजीशन चेक करेंगे या अलार्म रेज करेंगे. दिस वी कैन नॉट डू एट थर्ड.
Anything else?
The lights and sound signal. Status change of AIS.
Switch on the navigation light, grounding light, sir.
Emergency message.
remember, we are also trying to look at how to formulate an answer because these questions do not have a textbook answer. Raise appropriate
So,
light and sound
so
signal.
broadcast a warning
Broadcast.
message on
Broadcast
PSS.
all the vessels in vicinity.
ये कौन सा मैसेज होगा?
Urgency.
अर्जेंसी.
अर्जेंसी सर, अर्जेंसी।
फिर इसको आगे लिखते रहना कि ब्रॉडकास्ट ऑल मैसेज टू ऑल वेसल्स इन विसिनिटी वगैरह, ठीक है? ये छोटे में लिख रहे हैं. ब्रॉडकास्ट अर्जेंसी मैसेज, एनीथिंग एल्स, चेंज ये आएगा स्टेटस समबडी सेड व्हिच आई एग्री. बताइए, समथिंग वी आर मिसिंग आउट.
Start sounding all tanks
owners company charter
and change over to high sea chest.
ओके. एक बात है, आई एग्री विद यू, दिस शुड बी डन, बट वी आर लुकिंग एट चेकलिस्ट डेवलप्ड फॉर चीफ ऑफिसर और नेविगेटिंग ऑफिसर. सो चेंज ओवर आप अगर मानेंगे, सिंस यू हैव इन्फॉर्म्ड इंजन रूम, या तो फिर आपके इंजीनियर्स ऐसे हैं कि उनको बोलना पड़ेगा कि चेंज ओवर टू हाई सी सेक्शन. अदरवाइज द वेरी फैक्ट दैट यू हैव टोल्ड देम दैट यू आर ग्राउंड, दे शुड बी चेंजिंग.
Check for pollution.
Sir, inform the authorities. Inform the authorities, sir.
ये जा रहा है ना एक
Check damage to the
डैमेज टू द
hull, sir.
Take sounding, sir.
soundings of all tanks.
सर नेचर ऑफ सीवेट का भी मालूम करेंगे ना कि क्या करप्टी है या मर्डी है.
This is why it was important to have a vessel position verified, because when you are verifying the vessel position, along with it you will check the nature of the seabed. अभी तो करोगे, पहले वेरीफाई करोगे ना पोजीशन है कहाँ पे ग्राउंडिंग हुई है. एनीवे कोई बात नहीं. एनीथिंग वी आर मिसिंग आउट? साउंडिंग ऑफ ऑल टैंक्स. हाँ जी बोलिए.
कंपनी को इन्फॉर्म नहीं लिखा ना इसमें.
कंपनी ओनर
अथॉरिटीज को अपनी.
Keep a time log.
फ्लैग
VDR डाटा.
Very important point has been made. Save SVDR data. Very important. This is for any emergency actually. ठीक है.
हेड काउंट भी कर लेते हैं इस केस में.
सॉरी,
सर हेड काउंट नहीं करना सर इस केस में.
एक मिनट.
हाँ सर, पहले आप सेव कर लो फिर.
हाँ, वो मैं चाहता था कि मैं आपको भेज देता ताकि आपको एक थोड़ा सा हिंट मिल जाता कि कैसे डेवलप करना है आंसर. बट somebody has got a. यार एक बात सुनो, जिसने रेज किया पॉइंट, will this not take care raise general emergency alarm? Will it not be a automatic reaction after taking the general emergency alarm कि आपका हेड काउंट हो ही जाएगा, क्योंकि सब मस्टर पे आएंगे emergency alarm के बाद है.
हो जाएगा सर, हो जाएगा.
राइट. बट देखो, आप आंसर लिख रहे हो, आप लिख रहे हो एज वी डिस्कस कि आंसर कितना लंबा होना चाहिए. तो अगर आपके पास टाइम है, इसको भी ऐड कर दो. द आंसर लेंथ विल ऑल्सो डिपेंड ऑन द टाइम अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ योर आंसर.
सर आपने बताया ना नंबर ऑफ मार्क्स पे करेंगे, जितने नंबर ऑफ मार्क्स है उसके हिसाब से कर देंगे।
यार वो क्या एंड हो गया बस, दैट इज बिकम द फाइनल थिंग। Will not the question mark, will not the time availability, will it not figure in how much will be the length of the answer? कि तुम्हारे पास टाइम कितना है? यार बच्चों की तरह बात मत करो यार प्लीज। That will also factor in, isn't it? सिर्फ यही बात होगी कि कितने मार्क्स का है। Will not the availability of the time influence the length of the answer? तुम्हारे पास टाइम है, तुम आंसर बड़ा कर दो, पर इतना बड़ा मत करो कि बाकी छूट जाए। बोलो, say something about this.
Inform the nearest post station.
सॉरी, कुछ इसके लिए बोल रहे हैं, चेकलिस्ट के लिए?
Yes, sir.
हाँ बोलिए।
So inform the nearest post station, sir.
ओके
सर एक पॉइंट और है,
लिए
टॉप वेसल्स इंटरनेट सर।
अच्छा वैसे
सर टेक सीसीटीवी रिकॉर्ड
एक मिनट एक मिनट hold on please, somebody has raised a point. Stop internet.
यस सर।
And the CCTV recordings to be saved.
वीडियो SVTR तो हो जाएगा, ये तो लिख दिया ना मैंने पॉइंट नंबर।
सीसीटीवी की बात कर रहा है जो सर ब्रिज पे लगे होते हैं, वो कह रहा है उसकी
सर सिंपली बोल देते हैं ना कि फॉलो द सोशल मीडिया पॉलिसी।
हाँ हाँ हाँ
सर आजकल कैमरे लगे होते हैं ब्रिज पे एक्स्ट्रा, वीडीआर के साथ साथ
आजकल लगे रहते हैं।
अरे 6 8 कैमरे लगे हुए हैं ब्रिज पे।
तो ये नहीं समझा मैं, ये क्या कह रहे हो आजकल?
सर गुड ओल्ड डेज में नहीं थे ना, अब हो गए, वही कह रहा है।
आपके टाइम में कैमरे कहाँ थे?
तो आपको किसने कहा कि गुड ओल्ड डेज का? कौन बैठा है यहाँ पे? हु इज फ्रॉम गुड ओल्ड डेज? सारी चीजें माफ कर दूंगा, मुझे गुड ओल्ड डेज में बोलो, ओल्ड बोलोगे तो फिर मैं गुस्सा हो जाऊंगा।
नहीं सर अभी तो जवान हो आप।
चल
सर
ये क्या नाम है तेरा? ये पास है भाई सेफ्टी में।
सर सुनहरे दिनों की बात कर रहे हैं, ये कह रहे हैं।
बेटा प्लीज बात समझो, आई फुल्ली एग्री विद यू, टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत एडवांस हो रही है, रोज हो रही है, बट अगर आप बात कर रहे हो, पॉइंट रेज वाज वेरी गुड बाय समबडी, क्योंकि मेरा वो ऑफ रहता है स्क्रीन, इसलिए मुझे नहीं पता लग रहा, लेकिन जिसने ये बोला था, आई वुड लाइक टू पुट डाउन दैट पॉइंट, वेरी नाइस पॉइंट। फॉलो कंपनी सेफ्टी, नहीं सॉरी, फॉलो कंपनी सोशल मीडिया पॉलिसी, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस विल इंक्लूड एवरीथिंग। ये अगर आपने लिख दिया, this is going to take care of switching off camera, not giving any interviews, etc. It's a very valid point, whoever has made it. I fully agree. Anything we have missed out?
Sir, checking the tide.
Checking tide. हाँ अच्छा ऐसा करो, checking tide.
सर उससे पहले हमने वो मिस आउट कर दिया, क्लोज ऑल द वाटर टैंक डोर्स।
So weather condition.
सर टेक अकॉर्डिंगली ब्लास्ट टू रिड्यूस इफ कहीं पे हो रहा है कुछ तो।
ब्लास्ट डी
Since we are sitting in the chief mates class, जिसका एक टॉपिक है ग्राउंडिंग या ड्राइड ऑफ, तो वो पॉइंट आया नहीं जो मैं इतनी देर से वेट कर रहा हूँ, सारे पॉइंट आ गए। As chief officer, what can you do?
Damage stability.
डैमेज स्टेबिलिटी
वो हो जाएगा यार, टाइम स्टेबिलिटी तो आपकी बाहर से आ रही है। a certain point of contact.
Lead line sounding from my all point.
I say ascertain the point of grounding. Is it not possible? या इसको ऐसे बोल दो, determine the point of grounding, which will include handlet soundings also, and calculate कि कहाँ पे हुई है grounding.
तो
I
इस
think
पॉइंट
this should be somewhere in the
पॉइंट
first
को
point.
समझाना सर, लास्ट वाले पॉइंट जो बोला सर्टेन पॉइंट ऑफ ग्राउंडिंग को।
हाँ, आपका हुआ नहीं अभी नेवल आर्क में ग्राउंडिंग?
नहीं सर,
नहीं हुआ सर अभी।
सर वो थोड़ा तेज चल रहा है, अपन धीरे चल रहे हैं, इसलिए नहीं हुआ अभी तक।
नहीं, आप एक बात समझो कि आपके सिलेबस में है, हैव यू हर्ड ऑफ दैट, ग्राउंडिंग एंड ड्राई डॉकिंग सिलेबस में है?
जी सर, है सर।
है ना? तो आई एम श्योर दैट यू हैव सम आइडिया ऑफ, एक मिनट रुकना, ये ऐसे, क्योंकि पूरा तो नहीं हो पाएगा ऐसे, तो नेवल आर्क में चले जाएंगे हम। ये वाला सुना आपने?
नहीं सर।
अभी सुनोगे। to kg अपॉन W माइनस P, ये एक फॉर्मूला है, यू विल यूज दिस टू कैलकुलेट कि आपका कितना फ्लूइड GM लॉस हो रहा है इन केस ऑफ ग्राउंडिंग और ड्राई डॉकिंग। ठीक है, so this is the virtual loss of GM by this formula. You will use this formula to calculate how much is the virtual loss. After having ascertained that, then you will go back to say कि grounding हुई कहाँ है, from where this loss is taking place. So this is what I mean, what I'm trying to say, to determine the point of contact, point of grounding, which is very normal. जो आप कह रहे हो अभी होना है, राइट? बट व्हेन यू डू दैट यू विल अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से, कि आपको असर्टन करना है, यू हैव टू फाइंड द पॉइंट ऑफ ग्राउंडिंग विच विल हेल्प यू टू डिटरमिन। अब ये कोई टैंक तो नहीं है जिसके ऊपर हो गया, कोई फ्लूइड ऑयल टैंक है क्या? दिस इज हाउ यू विल फाइंड आउट, राइट? ओके, एक्चुअली स्पीकिंग ये तो अभी हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किए पॉइंट्स फॉर क्लास वर्क, right? But we have points to be done like this, जो अभी बात करनी है हमने। टेक्स्ट बुक आंसर नहीं हो सकता, बट वी आर लुकिंग एट डिवाइजिंग एन आंसर। ठीक है, ये ग्राउंडिंग हो चुकी है एंड दिस वेसल इज बीइंग पुल्ड आउट बाय टंस। ओके, we take a break, Kit Kat, we come back, we meet at 12:45. Okay, 12:45
Thank you,
after the
sir.
break, and then we talk more.
ओके सर।
Okay जी। Okay, we continue for our discussion on grounding, emergency, and checklist, etc. Some things we have formulated, some points we have made like this. So let's see if we have missed out anything. Like here, stop engine is there, emergency alarm is there, appropriate light and sound signals, deck lights all switched on, inform all departments, yes. Broadcast all vessels in vicinity, this also is mentioned. Position on chart investigated. Safe port options investigated, we can add this. Safe port options, which is port of refuge. This should also be investigated. Options. This I think we missed out. Let us copy this one also for the answer. Then what else? Extent and position of damage. Yes, we have mentioned it. Head count. General emergency alarm. Head count can be taken to ascertain any casualties, if any, or missing person. Soundings. Watertight integrity. Condition of machinery. Engine room, whether wet or dry. Maybe the point of contact is engine room plating, so you could have a flooding in the engine room. All watertight doors and fire doors to be shut. All damage reports to be taken from all departments, what all damages have been done, and then also damage stability criteria information to be referred to. Something we can say should also be included. Possibility of fire or oil pollution hazard. Nature of bottom, next high tide, we have talked about it. Lifeboat ready, survival craft to be kept ready or standby, and of course, appropriate entries made in logbook. If there is no immediate concern, even if there is no immediate concern, underwater survey is required because you have undergone grounding, so underwater survey has to be done. Even if you don't cite any damage externally, the underwater survey has to be done. Anything you think we have left out or should be added? Go through it. This should be good. Ajay,
Yes sir, yes sir.
this should be good. Okay. अब बात ये हो रही थी कि you should be having this because we have devised an answer as a practice, so you should be having this. तो एक मिनट रुको. Let me see how I can pass it on to you. There is something I put in the drive which says contingency checklist for grounding. See if you can have a look at it. You have the link, right?
Yes sir, check करते हैं.
Can you see it?
Just a moment.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the link one more time so that if anybody is missed out, he can now refer to it. This is the link. As we had decided, everything what I want to share with you, I will keep on putting here. So can you open it and confirm? You can see the contingency checklist for grounding, just to be sure we are on the same page.
Yes sir, जो अभी ये बनाई है वो है उस पे.
Yes, sir.
इसके अलावा क्या है?
So बाकी तो हाँ जी ISM और हैवी लिफ्ट कर दो सर.
हैवी लिफ्ट कर दो, ठीक है. तो वी आर ऑन द सेम पेज. अगर किसी ने मिस आउट किया है तो लिंक अभी कॉपी कर लो, बिकॉज द आइडिया इज टू कीप ऑन पोस्टिंग हियर ओनली. सारी चीज़ें 3 सब्जेक्ट मैं आपके साथ एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ. कार्गो वर्क, सेफ्टी जो अभी चल रहा है, एंड मीटरोलॉजी. सबकी चीज़ जो मुझे लगता है कि आपको शेयर करना चाहिए वो इसी में डालता रहूँगा मैं. ओके, तो ये लिंक आप कॉपी करके रख लो. So let's move on with the topic itself. Next we can talk about is man overboard situation. Contingency plan for man overboard. Again, something which I think you should be quite familiar with. Not the situation itself, but the drill. Man overboard. तो इसके लिए कैसे चलेंगे? What should be the plan of action?
So release MOV marker sir.
Release MOV marker, yes. Can you see the shared screen?
Yes sir.
Then we can also interact as we go along it. Helm hard over on the side through which the man has fallen. Release life buoy with smoke signal. ये तो ब्रिज से हो जाएगा. Very
GPS
importantly,
position.
हैं? हाँ जी बोलिए.
अनाउंस ऑन चाहिए।
GPS MOV button, emergency alarm. Main engine should be now ready for immediate maneuvering, so you have informed them also. Post extra lookout to keep the MOV inside, and then of course, this is very, very vital. And in Indian MMD, if you do not mention this in an oral exam, you can be sure to repeat. Emergency signal Oscar on fog signal and Oscar flag in daytime. Because you're going to try and rescue him, so the rescue boat should be ready. Muster crew should be standby. People should be manning the rescue boat because you're going to lower it anyway to rescue out the person. Then as you are doing a search, maybe a Williamson turn, then you should monitor the position of the vessel on the chart. TPA to be deployed because we will assume that some thermal protection is required, not necessarily in cold water, but normally you will have some issues about TPA. This should be also readily available. Weather reports, logbook entries, all these are part of the contingency or part of the checklist which you are developing. TPA should be used to avoid extra body heat loss, which may or may not be necessary. Means what? Maybe not cold weather, but still heat loss does take place even if there is no cold water situation, because the person is drenched in water, he will have some body heat loss. So TPA should be deployed. This is okay for MOV. Anything missing out? Keeping him in sight. Summarized. There should be a contingency plan for MOV, which is very much normal. हर एक जहाज पे होता है, SMS का पार्ट होता है, plan for MOV. Alarm should be mentioned, general emergency alarm, so that everybody is mustered and you are sure that there is only one guy who has gone overboard. Maybe water had shipped on vessel on deck, then there could be two. So it is important to take a head count. There is no harm in announcing this emergency on PA, so that everybody is aware there is a real emergency, somebody is missing from the ship, presumably overboard, so everybody can start preparing at least mentally for the rescue operation. No harm in announcing this on PA. Extra lookouts are very important so that the MOV marker and the person, if he is inside, can be kept in view. Pen message, yes, this has to go out. And of course, navigating the ship, steering it correctly to make a lead for the rescue boat. Now, actually speaking, a drill for this should be done. It is a part of SOLAS drill planner. The drill for MOV should be done, right? And also this drill should be done in calm weather, maybe when the ship is at anchor, to practice it. To practice the MOV rescue and launching of rescue boat. This should be done as a drill so that people are aware and they have practiced enough. There is no point deploying people who have not practiced it. So you must practice it. And you as chief officer, safety officer, you will be responsible for organizing this drill. Now this is a question which is figured in the exam. Action in case of fire during cargo operation in port. दरिया में तो आता रहता है, but what about cargo operation in port? Because this will involve port authorities also. This question has figured, it has been a question in your MMD exam. Devise a checklist or enumerate the points to be considered for any action in case of fire during cargo operation in port. या थोड़ा different हो सकता है question. I am only telling you the summary point. It could be a question which says, as a chief officer of a vessel, you are experiencing fire in port. Devise a plan of action or control methods. Very importantly, even before we go anything else, this is very vital. Stop all cargo operation. You are on a tanker, maybe close all valves. In a bulk carrier, close all hatches. Activate ship's emergency plan and alarm. Organize firefighting teams. Because there is a fire in port. Activate the alarm. Terminal staff and the ship's agent should be alerted, but this is on low priority if the time allows. Terminal staff, of course, you will alert, but agent if you have the time. And then request them to alert port authorities at the same time. If you are not in touch with them, maybe you have got a dedicated VHF channel which you are monitoring, so alert the port authorities on that. If there are crafts, ships, barges, etc., which are alongside, you must alert them and request them to depart to prevent untoward damages to these vessels, which is going to enhance the owner's liability. If there are chemicals involved, it should be identified before the fire spreads or the risk of fire spreads. Firefighting equipment, fire extinguishing agents to be used are to be selected and kept at hand, means ready to be deployed. Evacuation of non-essential crew could be necessary to avoid risk of toxic fumes harming anybody. So non-essential crew should be, because you are in port, they should be evacuated so that at least those people are protected against toxic fumes entering and harming them. What about the firefighting plan? कहाँ पे होगा ये मिलेगा? This is the reason why that plan kept in the red cylinder on the gangway is always updated. This is to take care of such a situation, because as soon as the shore firefighting team will come, they will go and access that plan. They should be aware where the cargo is, the location of the cargo plan is included in that, and also firefighting plan of your own vessel. That is why it is essential that plan is kept updated. And it also contains the latest crew list, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So these are some types of emergencies. Of course, not all of them are covered, but we go to one more which is very, very vital, which is this one. Abandoned ship. Procedures for abandoned ship. So here, one thing is very interesting, mentioned everywhere, and also I will also tend to agree, because really speaking, your ship is the safest lifeboat. You've read this somewhere, definitely. Your own ship is the
Yes, sir.
safest lifeboat. If you have to abandon, this should be the last resort. It should be done only if all other measures have failed. Last resort. Do preserve your energy. Do not swim unnecessarily unless required, so that your energy is conserved. The 3. ये दिख रहा है आपको? You can read it. So, abundanship considerations before the final order is given. It is a word of mouth. We are all aware. Abundanship does not happen with an alarm. It is a word of mouth of master. Now, this will depend on various factors, but this is considered. Existing and forecasted weather, stability of the vessel, LSA appliance available and condition, casualty present and expected, number of people present on board and their experience means how they are undergoing the emergency, geographic location of the ship, range of SAR craft and associated time factor. This is going to come later. First of all, the geographic location of the vessel is going to play a vital part to decide whether you really want to abandon or not. But of course, even despite the geographic location not really conducive, if you have no option, you have to abandon. See if communications have been established, rescue service is put into place, MRCC contacted, danger of explosion if it exists, situation getting worsened because of weather, word of mouth only, the abundance order that we clearly understand. You must train your crew in case of this kind that it should be done in orderly manner, maintaining discipline, silence, strict adherence to instructions, and immediate control of any action or panic or insubordination. How will you inculcate this? How will you develop this practice of carrying out in orderly manner, discipline, silence, strict adherence to instruction?
By drill.
By drills. You create a real life situation drill. Always do the drills most realistically, by far, most realistically. Then you can create these practices. Make sure that drill is taken seriously. You know, when I was sailing, I made a point to emphasize that on any given circumstance, any given normal day, I want people to move safely on deck. I want people to move safely, not only on deck and engine room also. But during emergency, when a muster alarm has been sounded, now you run. Now you make sure that you go fast because that takes the priority. But otherwise, be safe. Be safe in the sense, move slowly, move correctly in an orderly manner. But in an emergency, move fast. Main engine should be stopped. Do you agree to this? Abandon ship कर रहे हो. Main engine to be stopped. I think so. Why you need main engine now? You are going to abandon. Other machinery should also be stopped. Non-essential machinery. You can tell the engine room. You have sounded the muster alarm. You have making a public announcement. They can the other machinery, non-essential machinery. Water and doors and opening should be closed. And this is going to help. In case the vessel does not sink, then this is going to help the shell. Vessel is not going to go down because you have stopped. You have closed all watertight doors and opening, so vessel is still going to be intact because once you close watertight doors and opening, what happens? You increase the buoyancy. So vessel may not sink and you can salvage the vessel later. If you are launching more than one boat or live rafts, then you must ensure that these boats and rafts stay together along with the rescue boat so that it forms a one composite unit. It is easy to sight a bigger unit rather than a single craft. So make sure that you also drill and make it a point that all boats and crafts being used in a abundant ship are staying together to make it very good location for picking up, because a larger composite unit will be much easier to pick up than a single craft. Some background noise is there. I would requesting you to keep your mic on mute. If there is a strong wind, it is advisable to leave the ship from the weather side so that the ship drifts clear. अगर ship listed है, then make sure you jump off the forward and aft ends, as those sides are, if listed, neither side is safe, so try and jump off forward and aft ends. Warm clothing to be emphasized to be worn. This is again part of training and drill. And of course, preserving heat energy or body energy. Appropriate clothing, warm clothing also exercised so that body heat is preserved. More or less, this becomes the concept. Control of fear, strong will, and knowledge of suitable equipment. This becomes the crux. This is what your training should be. For which purpose it is emphasized and well known that equipment should be kept well maintained. Now, anticipate development of fear and panic. This is possible because let me assure you, if you in a real life situation, the scenario is entirely different than drills. I have seen on board for a small galley fire, people closing the watertight door on deck the other way around. Although clearly marked open and shut, they were still closing because of panic in the other way around. So this is something which can happen with anybody because of fear and panic. This again comes from training. And some basics like keeping together by handling, exercising hand and feet to avoid exposure to cold weather. These are some things which are not mentioned in the answer, but of course, if you have the time, you can mention this also. Never drink sea water. क्या ये तो है जरूरी है to understand. Frostbite, swelling of limbs, sunburn, cracked lips, boils and inflammation of eyes. These are common ailments suffered from exposure to cold weather and seawater. I don't know. I disagree with this. Smoking should be completely avoided. Means I disagree with mentioning this because I don't think somebody is going to carry cigarettes when he's abandoning ship. But anyway. Maybe you can delete this. चलो पढ़ाने दो. This is okay, this is well understood. If 25% of the crew or more has changed, then this boat drill must be carried out within 24 hours of sailing departure. This should be done. This has to be very important and documented because this is requirement by law. When over 25% of the crew has changed, then boat drill must be carried out within 24 hours of sailing from the port where the crew change has taken place. These are some threats to survival: drowning, cold weather, thirst, hunger, despair. Then this is something you build up by training, not to give up.
सर डिस्पेयर का मतलब क्या है सर?
Despair का मतलब है helplessness. You're giving up. Despair. Helplessness की feeling. या आप assume करके चल रहे हैं कि गए यार अब तो अपना टाइम पूरा. Like that, something like that. You are leaving it out. मतलब आप give up कर रहे हो. Then these are some equipment which you are familiar, should be used: VHF, MFHF, SATC, distress buttons. So for abandonship you can use them. ये तो आपने देखे होंगे. You must have practiced also on drills. So some things which you can keep in mind: is vessel to be abandoned? If the answer is no, then is immediate help required? If the answer is no, then potential problem exists because now nothing is being done, abandon नहीं कर रहे हो, and immediate help is also not required, then there is a problem. If that is the case, then you have to notify RCC. If immediate help is needed, answer is yes, then you have to transmit distress call. Is vessel being abandoned? Then you have to transmit distress call also, if the answer to this is coming to yes. When you are actually abandoning, embark in survival craft with VHF, EPUB, and or SAT. You have transmitted a distress call. Is response received? If the answer to this is yes, then communicate with RCC. Otherwise, you have notified RCC. If no, then you have to go back again and notify. You have to keep trying. If response has been received, then communicate with RCC. Switch on EPUB, SAT. Yes, of course. These are some examples of distress and life-saving signals, which I think you are well aware, but no harm in having a look, quick look. This is something forgotten, but you must remember. A square shape above or below a ball is indicating distress. Code flags November and Charlie, one on top of the other, is indicating distress. NC. Yeah, continuous sound with fog signal. This is a clear indication of an emergency or distress situation. Gun noise, 1 minute interval, or by Morse code you're flashing, or any other method. SOS. Sierra Oscar Sierra, did, da, did. This is clear distress signal.
सर
हाँ जी
सर, ये मे भी थोड़ा ऑफ द टॉपिक है सर. ये पूछना था सर, ये जो सी का फ्लैग कोड होता है, ये होता है सिर्फ यस, राइट?
किसका? सॉरी
सर, जो चार्ली फ्लैग है सर,
हाँ
फ्लैग का जो मतलब होता है उसमें सिर्फ यस लिखा रहता है. यस और N
अगर
का
वो अकेला यूज हो रहा है, अगर अकेला यूज हो रहा है,
और सिर्फ N का नो। सर इनका
राइट,
मतलब क्या होता है, इफ यू कैन प्लीज टेल?
ये कंजंक्शन में यूज हो रहे हैं, नवंबर ओवर
ये तो
चार्ली।
दोनों सर इस केस में तो कंजक्शन में यूज हो रहा है, अगर सेपरेट सर मतलब किस चीज के लिए यूज करते हैं उसको? वो सिर्फ चार्ली फ्लैग ले, थोड़ा ऑफ द टॉपिक है सर, आई नो, बट
नहीं नहीं, ऑफ द टॉपिक कुछ नहीं होता। यू हैव रेज्ड अ क्वेश्चन, नाउ जस्ट गिव मी अ मिनट। आप कह रहे हैं अगर नवंबर अकेला यूज हो रहा है और चार्ली अकेला यूज हो रहा है, राइट? तो
हाँ जी सर।
अब मेरी बात सुनो। अब वो टाइम सारे बदल गए हैं, लेकिन सीमाफोर आपने सुना है? सीमाफोर आई डोंट थिंक आपने सुना भी होगा। यूजिंग ऑफ फ्लैग फॉर कम्युनिकेशन, यूजिंग ऑफ फ्लैग्स फॉर कम्युनिकेशन।
हाँ जी सर।
वो टाइम ही हट गया आप। लेकिन सुनो, अगर सपोज यू आर एंटरिंग अ पोर्ट और पुराने टाइम चल रहे हैं और उस पोर्ट ने आपको पूछा है यूजिंग सीमाफोर और फ्लैश की वेदर यू रिक्वायर अ पायलट, then if you hoist Charlie it means yes, if you hoist N it means no.
ओके सर, ओके।
You see, बात करते हैं, काफी पुरानी बात है यार, क्या कर सकते हो। तो ये है ही, ये सेमाफोर ही खत्म हो चुका है, मोर्स भी खत्म हो चुका है ऑलमोस्ट। अब तो मोर्स का एग्जाम तो नहीं होता फेज 1 में,
सर सेकंड मिनट में होता है,
सेकंड मिनट में होता है, अचीवमेंट में तो नहीं होता,
नहीं
नहीं होता। बट
नहीं
प्लीज रिमेंबर व्हेन आई अपीयर्ड फॉर अचीवमेंट maybe 30 years back, उस समय मोर्स का भी एग्जाम होता था, मोर्स कोड का भी एग्जाम होता था इन दी एग्जाम, इन द अचीवमेंट सिलेबस। तो उसमें जो है ये यूज होते थे सिग्नल सारे। पर अभी देखो बात ऐसी है कि यू आर अपियरिंग फॉर एग्जाम, अब उसमें वो कुछ भी पूछ सकता है, बिकॉज ये लिबर्टी। अगर वो ये पूछे कि नवंबर चार्ली अगर कंजंक्शन में यूज हो रहा है तो उसका क्या मतलब है, देन यू हैव टू से इट इज डिस्ट्रेस सिग्नल।
ओके सर,
ठीक है, क्योंकि इसमें कोई लड़ाई नहीं है। द एग्जामिनर इज एट लिबर्टी टू आस्क यू एनीथिंग फ्रॉम द सिलेबस, ही इज एट लिबर्टी। These are some other signals also. I am very sure ये तो सब लोग भूल चुके होंगे। A square flag having a ball above or below, or anything resembling a ball, is a clear indication of distress.
तो पढ़ा था सर।
हाँ जी, सॉरी
सर पढ़ा था सर, ये क्लियर बॉल इंडिकेटिंग वाला पढ़ा
पढ़ा
था।
था आप? हाँ, पढ़ना तो पड़ेगा ही। Anybody can come up with this. ये अच्छा, ये बताओ जरा, सब कुछ आता है तुम्हें? ये बताओ।
सर आता तो कुछ भी नहीं है सर, आता तो कुछ भी नहीं है।
सब आता है यार, क्यों चिंता कर रहा है? तुम लोग पास करोगे सारा एग्जाम।
हाँ सर, पास तो करेंगे, थोड़े जल्दी करेंगे, कुछ थोड़ा लेट करेंगे।
एक बात बताओ, just while we are talking about it, free fatigue, my vessel is healthy and request free fatigue, इसका क्या सिग्नल है?
येलो फ्लैग, येलो
फ्लैग,
फ्लैग।
क्या बोलते हैं उस फ्लैग को भाई? येलो फ्लैग तो ठीक है।
क्यूबिक सर, क्यूबिक
क्यूबिक फ्लैग। एक मिनट, क्यूबिक फ्लैग है ऑल्सो क्यूबिक, राइट? तो ये हॉइस्ट करते हो डे टाइम में, एंड इट सेज correctly speaking what it signifies is that my vessel is healthy and request free fatigue, right?
Yes sir.
नाइट में क्या करते हो, रात में?
सर रेड एंड व्हाइट लाइट,
रेड एंड व्हाइट
रेड एंड व्हाइट लाइट,
एंड व्हाइट।
सर डिपेंड्स, उस कंट्री को
डिपेंड हो रहा है,
उस जिस पोर्ट पे जा रहे हैं उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट
नहीं सर,
नहीं
रेड
है।
एंड व्हाइट ही है।
अरे इंटरनेशनल कोड ऑफ सिग्नल्स में है भाई रेड एंड व्हाइट लाइट।
हाँ सर, सर इंटरनेशनल कोड ऑफ सिग्नल्स में है सर रेड एंड व्हाइट, और नाइजीरिया में इसका फाइन होता है सर स्पेशली।
नहीं, एक मिनट, थोड़ा धीरे चले।
सर हम
बहुत
तो
सही
खुद
कह
ही
रहे
कह रहे हैं आप धीरे चलें सर।
बहुत सही कह रहे हैं आप कि रेड एंड व्हाइट, लेकिन क्या है, व्हाइट ओवर रेड है या रेड ओवर व्हाइट है?
रेड ओवर व्हाइट है, रेड ओवर व्हाइट,
रेड ओवर, एंड दिस इज प्रिस्क्राइब्ड बाय
International
Sir,
Code of
International
Signals.
Code of Signals.
Correct. Absolutely. Interco. Interco. This is given in Interco. For requesting free fatigue at night, this is a prescribed signal. Red
हाँ
over
सर,
white.
नोट में लिखा हुआ है सर, नीचे छोटा सा नोट बनाया हुआ है, उसमें लिखा हुआ है ये.
Up, as somebody is rightly remarked, I agree with him. This may differ from port to port. वो तो आपके पास इंफॉर्मेशन आ जाएगी फ्रॉम द एजेंट कि आपको ये सिग्नल देना है, लेकिन अगर कुछ नहीं है तो जेनेरिक फ्रॉम इंटरको इज रेड ओवर वाइट. ठीक है, ये देखना, ये भी फॉरगॉटन है. Piece of orange colored canvas with either a black square or a circle for identification from air. Orange colored canvas, very easily made, and then a square, black square or circle in the center. This is indicating distress. Then of course you have equipment like this, portable apparatus, radio apparatus, three-way telephone system, which is essential for ships over 500 GT. Radio sets should not be used for anything else but communication in emergency, and be operating on international distress frequency 156.8 megahertz and VHF or VHF channel 16, and any other at least one ITU channel, maybe 06. This is the requirement for carrying a radio equipment for communication. बाकी तो नॉर्मल है. बैटरी एक्सपायरी डेट्स checked. There should be a set of sealed unused batteries to be available. This is by law. Signs for determining any damage to the antenna. ये दूसरी चीजें हैं, but abundance ship में include इसलिए हो रही है because you have to carry this equipment in correct order, in correct maintained system. EPAB है फिर एरिया A1 में. In area A1, VHF EPAB is enough, but anywhere else cost per SAR. EPAB, Inmarsat E, A1, A2 and A3. This should have a battery which lasts for at least 48 hours. This thing is to be remembered. They should have a battery which is going to last for at least 48 hours. चलो इसका details is not very important for us for safety was keeping a exam. We can just skip through this one. No, this is not important for us for phase 1 safety emergency. Just knowledge is enough. ठीक है, टेस्टिंग. Okay, anyway, इसको यहीं पे रोकते हैं because this is going too far into the technicalities which is not part of our syllabus. Okay, we can switch over to another emergency called fire because that was going more technical. We are just going to stop that and we move here. Fire. MP1 सेफ्टी का टॉपिक है, राइट? PPT reference मैंने डाल दिया just for my recollection. Now, as far as fire thing is concerned, this is important because, as you are aware, this can destroy the ship altogether. Unsafe procedures, carelessness, lack of knowledge, and training can lead to be the cause of fire and destruction due to fire on board. Prevention of fire is much easier than fighting the fire. This is something which has stayed for times immemorial. It will still stay with you. This is very, very vital. It is a clear, uh, idea. Prevention is much better than fighting the fire itself. So all efforts should be done to prevent fire occurring. ठीक है, फायर हो गया तो फाइट तो करना ही है, बट प्रिवेंशन इज मच इजियर एंड शुड बी इनकरेज्ड देन टू फाइट इट. So there should be a planned operation and you should be prepared for control of fire, organized and train fire parties, fire drills, inspect and service fire detection. This is very important. Inspect and service fire detection and distribution system. Compile reports for any accidents involving fire, even though it may look small, because that will give future reference or history of what kind of fire has taken place, and maybe a loop can be closed by doing investigation. So you need to have a clear record keeping for any accident, any fire which has happened on board your vessel.
Sir, sir, सर
Yes, please.
सर ये जो अभी आपने ये प्रेजेंटेशन भी दिखाई है ना सर, ये भी आप लिंक पे डाल देंगे ना आज?
कौन से वाला? कौन से वाला?
फायर वाला सर, फायर वाला बनना।
फायर वाला तो अभी चल रहा है. We have not completed the topic.
नॉट दिस वन सर, द पहले वाला जो हमने स्लाइड्स देखी, ग्राउंडिंग वाली, कोलिजन वाली।
हाँ, जो हम लोग चेकलिस्ट टाइप बना रहे थे.
नहीं, जो सर बना हुआ था सर ऑलरेडी एक, तो जो पहले आप
अच्छा, समझ गया, मैं समझ गया.
आज का सर मतलब जो भी जितना भी था
हाँ, लिंक पे डाल दूंगा, अभी डाल रहा हूँ. लेट्स डू इट, फिनिश इट ऑफ. गिव मी अ मिनट. Can you check? I put it over there. Can you see it in the drive? हाँ जी, वो जो emergencies की बात कर रहे थे.
Yes, sir. Received.
Received. Okay, very good. Now, Mr. Amit Kumar. Amit Kumar. You have written here you cannot open the link. I cannot understand why, because everybody else can. So maybe a network issue with you. Yes, Amit Kumar. Mr. Amit Kumar. Acha, now I can. He says he can now. Very good. So anything else you want to raise for today? Anything immediately? We are still going to interact next class, but tell me if something is there with you right now, or you can respond to this poll. Break out for lunch. Tell me if there is anything. Nothing. So we are going to continue our discussion next safety class. But right now, for this particular session, I am done. Since you are not asking anything, it means that you understood, right? You may respond to this class feedback.
Kunji, good afternoon. Phase 1.
Good afternoon,
August.
sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, dear. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. All well with everyone?
All well, sir.
Which I had sent you some notes. I hope all of you have received timber के.
Yes, sir. Received.
Sir, thank you very much.
अरे यार तो हमारा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है नहीं. चलो थोड़ा सा आज बाकी था उसको डिस्कस कर लेंगे एंड देन वी विल गो टू कंटेनर्स टुडे. मेन टॉपिक टुडे इज कंटेनर्स. सो आई वांट टू कवर अप लिटिल बिट. आई होप दैट understanding of timber lashing. Anybody any slightest doubt about timber lashing? If you have understood, I am very happy. Little bit of practice about making sketch. आपने sketches बना दिए. 50% marks तो वहीं पे आ गए क्वेश्चन के. So please side by side जैसे आपको टाइम मिले just keep practicing these timber lashing sketches, understanding, and that's all. बाकी जो I think I am very hopeful that you all people can write that what all precautions, how to prepare vessel for loading, how to, or what all precautions to take before we come for loading on deck, and few things we will see. Just waiting for sharing rights to be given, then I show you the slides and we start. So in the meantime, any other doubts, any other questions? क्वेश्चंस अगर आप अभी नहीं आपने देखे होंगे बट पास्ट पेपर्स में if you see there are questions about voyage planning and what will be the precautions or what is to be done after loading during the voyage, what all is to be done. So उसको आज थोड़ा सा हम शेयर करते हैं. So this is where are that how these lashings everyone knows. This is, we have seen the hog lashings. This is taken at half the height and the cargo reaches half height, and then we just basically join these uprights port to starboard, hand tight, nothing to put in between. And this is your what we call the foot wires or the lashing over the cargo from one side to other side, both the sides, and join with the turnbuckle. Similarly, we can put this chain lashing also, tightening device or turnbuckle in between. The distance between these lashings 1.5 meter to 3 meter depending upon the height of cargo. Up to 4 meter, 3 meters, and above 4 meter we reduce, so it's the lashing distance to 1.5 meter. ये थोड़ा difficult sketch है. These are easy ones. This is one you can make for the wiggle wire, that what we call the dual continuous wire, what we put like a shoelace, and that's all. Rest is, you can see how these wires basically look from top, and this is sometime we have to walk over the cargo. Here I was saying that yes, normally we have these special shoes or overshoes we put over the safety shoes like a spikes. Studded boots or spikes type of thing is there, we can put over our safety shoes, and they have these small nails types so you don't slip. Imagine you have to walk over this. So that's all, and the lashings from top look like this. This is your ship looks fully loaded, and prior sailing you are completely lashed up like this, uprights. this is also one of the, just for understanding your hog wire halfway, and then this wiggle wire and top over lashing from one side to other side. चलो ये तो आपकी हो जाएगी. Uprights, regarding uprights are nothing, they are basically steel stanchions. Uprights should be fitted when required by nature, height or character of the timber deck cargo, and when they are fitted they should be made of steel or other suitable material of adequate strength, taking into account the breadth of the deck cargo. Spaced not more than 3 meters, so these uprights are also spaced not more than 3 meters, and be fixed to deck by angles, metal sockets or equally sufficient means, and if deemed necessary, further secured by metal brackets to strengthen the point. So these uprights take a lot of weight of the cargo, of course, when the ship is rolling port to starboard. अब थोड़ा सा आपको केयरफुल रहना है. The testing, examination and certification of whatever lashing material we are using. So all lashings components used for securing of deck cargo should be tested, marked and certified. Very commonly we do it. That ये है कि उसका record रखना. Nowadays lot of inspections are there. Very often the people come, sometime from auditors, sometime PSC, sometime anybody. So these people have a tendency to come and check, okay, whatever lashing you are using, are they tested, and you have the certificates. So that's the prime job as a chief officer, that we keep records and we keep these certificates in a file. No treatment which could hide or the defects or reduce the mechanical properties should be done with these lashing. And visual examination of lashings, I will say rather not before 12 months prior loading. So whenever we are taking out, it is not only you, this examination anybody can do, even bosun, duty officers, anybody can look before these wires are used for, or anything, shackle, turn, buckles. I think that much seamanship everyone knows, that if they are bent, broken or rusted, when can we change? Visual examination of all securing points, most important. Lashing तो चलो कोई ना कोई देख लेगा. The securing points on the ship, including those on the uprights, if fitted, should be performed before loading timber deck cargo. Now this is a problem on these ships practically. If you ask me, because the ship is fully loaded, the deck area is all the time covered, and during your ballast passage you have the hold cleaning and other jobs which takes your entire time, and you have very less time for maintenance. And finally you find your deck hatch covers, they all go in a bad shape, rusted. And here comes the point that if we do not have the time to look after these securing points, eyes जहाँ हम lashing ले रहे हैं, now you can imagine the amount of load coming on this lashing, and same in the lashing points. So this is, please be very careful. You may not be able to maintain other portions, but at least the securing points and even these uprights, most difficult part for these uprights to maintain. They all look rusted, and we have the eyes on them where we are going to make these hog wires. So this is another point which you have to take care. Lashing plans, of course, you have CSM on the ship, they give you the same way all the dimensions, specifications for the wires of everything. Personal protection, safety devices, ये भी कई बार क्वेश्चन आ जाता है या कहीं पूछ लेते हैं, how will you carry out personal protection? Personal protection is simple. Suitable protective clothing, equipment such as studded boots, studded overshoes, hard hats should be provided for protection of crew members and workers involved in loading, securing or discharging operations. So we all have these things, but a lot of time, of course, I know you provide them, people use or they don't use, but today they are becoming more important because of the claims, insurance. So I feel it is, from the safety point, these overshoes are very, very helpful. You can very easily walk over the cargo on top. And again, during the course of voyage, if there is no convenient passage for the crew on or below the deck of the ship giving safe means, then we have to again make a catwalk sort of thing on top, तो ये examination purpose के लिए please don't forget that where the personal protection is involved, that yes, if there is some space under deck passage, something is given. Otherwise, definitely we can make a catwalk, walkway or top of the cargo. The dimensions are given, same like a gangway we have, lifeline, wire rope or ropes के साथ किसी के साथ भी we can make it on top of this cargo with the stanchion supports. So this is all regarding your, this is most important, personal protection. In case you want to climb on the cargo, again properly constructed ladders. Either you have aluminum ladders or wooden ladders, which should be sound in nature, that you can climb and you can get down on the forecastle. Same way, only two places you need to go up on the cargo and then get down in the forecastle. So this is how we reach forward and aft of the ship. Now, action during the voyage, the most important thing, tightening of lashing. It is not only for this cargo or only on this ship, it is for every ship. If you see this, that after we sail out, we always have these things in mind, and it's a routine now. And as a chief officer, even as a duty officer, I will say even today, after your mates, you go back and you are even working as second mate, so don't worry, please carry out these jobs, even the logbook entries. That during the voyage, whenever the lashings are checked, tightened, documentation is more important. God forbid tomorrow something happens, the only thing which saves you is these documents, these logbooks, these entries, that the ship has done his part of the job. You may have done a lot of work, but it is very difficult to convey to the other party that what you have been doing. And again, lashings, regular interval during the voyage, tightened as necessary. Of course, they become little slack due to the settling down of the cargo. So it is not a difficult job, just people go, it's a routine, morning 1 hour it takes, and they see and tighten all these turnbuckles or whatever type of lashing you have taken. Entries of all examination adjustments should be made in the ship's logbook, that's most important. Voyage planning, ये भी कई बार question है, as per the timber code, how will you go about voyage planning? Now, during voyage planning, all foreseeable risks which could lead to either excessive accelerations causing cargo to shift or sloshing seas causing water absorption, ice aggregation should be taken into consideration. वो आपने पहले देख लिया. During the stability calculation, before the ship proceeds to sea, she should be upright, adequate stability, and cargo properly secured. And during the voyage, after we sail, sounding of tanks regularly carried out throughout the voyage, because you never know if any water, any ingress is there, so we know what is happening. And stability, of course, sometimes what we were discussing, that absorption of water or consumption of fuel, so we can come to know roughly, of course, for smaller ships, not for bigger ships, but rolling period gives you a fair amount of an idea that how is the stability of the vessel. In cases where severe weather, sea conditions unavoidable, again advise to be conscious of the need to reduce speed and alter course. Now यहाँ पे दोनों चीजें हैं, because we cannot afford, because such a load on deck, cannot afford to allow ship to roll excessively, isn't it? Because it will put a lot of strain on the lashings. So this is another important point, that yes, in case we have a severe weather, we can reduce or alter course at an early stage in order to minimize the forces imposed on the cargo structure and lashings. And if deviation from the intended voyage plan is considered during the voyage, a new plan should be made. It is very much possible nowadays. Nobody wants to go into the bad weather. So we always adjust course and we make a new plan. And all examination adjustments to cargo securing equipment during the voyage to be entered into the ship's logbook. So any deviation and anything, all these entries, so that owners can put their case, or if there is a claims and all that, that the ship has done what they were supposed to do. They have carried out the jobs. Most of the time, all the people who are investigating the reports, they always tend to say the ship failed to carry out his job, and the claims get rejected. List. Now, if a list occurs during the voyage, we all know, so we will investigate that why this list is due to. At sea, there's no reason for vessel to list except maybe a little bit due to the fuel consumption. But if there is a more higher list, then it can be due to cargo shift, it can be due to water ingress in the holds, or it can be due to inadequate GM. So things have happened where the ships have gone down because these things were not taken care. So even if no major shift of the deck cargo is apparent, it should be examined whether deck cargo has shifted slightly or there has been a shift of cargo below deck. So यहाँ पे हमारा point वही आ जाता है कि when we are loading, so we are already putting a great stress in the loading that no voids, no empty spaces, compact. So for this cargo to shift and create a list. So, however, prior entering any closed hold, I won't say that at any stage you have to go inside the hold, but in case of extreme emergency you have to go. Please be very careful, there will be a lack of oxygen. So this is the first thing, and there can be toxic gases. Sometimes this timber is again basically sprayed. So it's like a fumigation. So you got to be careful about all these things in case you are making an entry into the holds. So some type of spray they give so that they provide that there is no insects or nothing forms, because a lot of countries have got this, inspection that timber which is imported, it should have been treated. So if it is some treatment is given in the enclosed or in the hold, so you can know these gases will be there. Possibility of water ingress should be determined by sounding. That is very easy. Gauges ki sounding, that's why it is important that you take at least once a day all the sounding of the bilges and tanks, that no damage has taken place. And again, approximation of the current metacentric height should determine. Jettisoning of cargo. Now in case, now this is again, of course we don't wish, but we have to be prepared in case to correct the list or to improve the stability situation comes for jettisoning of cargo, or due to bad weather the cargo goes overboard, then what action to take? As a final resort, when all other options have been exhausted, the list is to be corrected by jettisoning that cargo. So jettisoning is unlikely to improve situation entirely, as whole stack would probably not fall at once. And secondly, it is very difficult. It is very easy to say in the books and write, but practically it is very difficult to jettison this cargo the way it is loaded, and severe damage may be sustained by the propeller if it is still turning when the timber is jettisoned. First of all, risk to the crew, second to the propeller, and third to the other ships. So it will be inherently dangerous to anyone involved in actual jettison procedure. And the position of the jettisoning procedure and estimated navigational hazard must be immediately reported to the coastal authorities. But this becomes important. Okay, one is we are looking after our ship, we are trying to improve the stability or whatever we want to do, or the cargo goes overboard. So it becomes our moral responsibility first under SOLAS that we have to inform the local authorities so that the ships in vicinity, they are well informed of the danger of this floating timber. So this is what it is. If the whole or partial timber deck load is either jettisoned or accidentally lost overboard, information on a direct danger to navigation should be communicated to ships. Competent authorities is the first point of post with which you can communicate, and such information to include kind of danger, position, nothing special, but what is happened, that is not so difficult. But I definitely wish this type of situation should not come. But past may, yes, ships have gone down and they could do nothing. So this is also formula for calculating the bridge visibility at any time. Of course, nowadays वैसे तो most of the ships are equipped with the load indicator. You can definitely calculate. They have given this. So what you are interested is your this from this point to forward, how far you can see the sea surface right from your case. So this visibility to calculate this length. So it is very simple. These distances, if you know these heights, height of your bridge, height of the cargo forward, and these distances, then the formula is simple. 1 into 4 divided by 3 minus 4 and minus 2. So what is 1, 2, 3, 4? It is all these distances which are shown in the figure. So उसको भी थोड़ा सा एक बार practice कर लीजिए. Sometimes they may ask in the question, how will you calculate the visibility on a timber carrier? So it's not difficult. 1, 4, 3 minus 4, what is 1, 2, 3? These basically distances from here to here, and what is KC, KS, KK, सब उन्होंने यहाँ पे दिया. So that's all we have for the timber. That there is where is your practical loading, discharging, and during the voyage is concerned. थोड़ा सा paper work of course, which knowledge is good. So just I have written. Normally masters are aware of this, so they do their job. Bills of lading जहाँ तक concerned है, the continued trade in timber from tropical countries has resulted in more and more packages being offered for shipment. Sometimes it's a clean dried, means it's absolutely a dry timber which is given for transportation, and it is requiring under deck storage. Now, clean dried timber is of course a special type of timber which, if it needs under deck storage, then we cannot carry on deck. So serious claims have arisen against some vessels where clean dried timber has been stored on the weather deck for a voyage to Europe and elsewhere. So यहाँ पे we got to be careful what is mentioned in the bill of lading and what type of timber it is. Of course, the shipper has to declare, and through the agents, the master definitely inquires through the agents that cargo any special particular storage requirements or anything, and they have to ensure such timber, even if wrapped, sheeted, or otherwise covered, is afforded below deck storage. Now where shippers or charterers insist on vessel carrying such timber on weather deck, तब प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है. बिल ऑफ lading में तो उन्होंने timber को ये declare कर दिया है, and here they may be telling you that you can carry on weather deck, then a clear note of protest. Ensure all mates receipts claused accordingly, and accept no letters of indemnity. This is of course, this is a commercial trade, lot of jiggery booggery goes, so we have to stay away from that. Sometimes they say, okay, letter of indemnity has got no meaning, that okay, we will not take any claim, it is our responsibility, and bill of lading is saying something else. Of course, you guys will be studying law in your ASM classes, that how these things are to be taken care, the commercial aspects of the vessel. And masters who allow themselves to be persuaded to do less than is necessary in line of storage and securing, for whatever reason it is, becomes everybody's scapegoat when cargo is lost overboard, ship structural seaworthiness is breached, and the port of refuge, re-stowage, ship repair, deviation, delay, and legal costs come home. So stand your ground, have things done properly. So this paperwork is also important. Of course, what type of cargo, what type of stowage, if any special stowage, then we go accordingly. चलो ये तो था आपका टिम्बर के लिए. So I hope all is clear, understood. This is all mostly reading material. Now I would like to take you next. Our topic is containers. जिसके ऊपर definitely one question is always there. Most of the papers, if you see. Now, few of you have been working on containers, and not an issue for them, but few of you are working on tankers जिन्होंने containers हो सकता है देखे भी ना हो, but containers not a difficult cargo at all. Of course, the ship design is, the ships today designed to carry containers are specialized ships. specially fitted ships, rather I will say, what we call the cellular container ships. Otherwise it's as good as a normal ship. So सबसे पहला मेरे मन में ये आता है यार कंटेनराइजेशन हुई क्यों? What was the need for containerization?
सर डोर टू डोर सर्विस है.
Yeah, okay, that's there. देखिए हर चीज का कुछ ना कुछ तो रीजन होता है, isn't it? चाहे कोई लॉ बने, चाहे हमारी स्वराज बने, कुछ ना कुछ तो हुआ तो ये चीज बन जाती है. सिमिलरली कंटेनराइजेशन क्यों आई और क्या आता है आपके माइंड में?
सर बहुत सारी कैटेगरीज एक साथ कैरी की जा सकती है.
Okay, many cargoes can be carried.
सर कंटेमिनेशन लेस होती है. कंटेमिनेशन नहीं होती सर कार्गो की.
ओके देखिए दिस इज
एंड टाइम सेविंग.
हाँ जी
सर कॉम्पैक्ट सर्विस एंड टाइम सेविंग.
ओके यस दिस इज इम्पोर्टेंट. टाइम सेविंग आपने बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट बोला कि यस टाइम सेविंग. तो
सर ब्रोकन स्टोरेज कम है एज कंपेयर टू अदर कार्गोज.
या दैट इज देयर बट अगर आप देखिए जहाँ तक आप स्टोरेज की कहते हो, इवन अ 10,000 TEU शिप जब वो एम्प्टी कंटेनर कैरी कर रहा है, हाउ मच स्पेस दीज एम्प्टी कंटेनर्स आर कैरिंग विदाउट एनी फ्रेट. और चलो नॉर्मल भी चल रहे हैं, अब हमारे 500 एम्प्टी कंटेनर्स भी हैं बिकॉज एम्प्टी कंटेनर्स भी उसी शिप ने ले जाने हैं, तो उसके लिए भी वी बर्न द फ्यूल, तो वो भी तो उसको दैट इज फार मोर देन द ब्रोकन स्टोरेज. यस दिस इज वन ऑफ द पॉइंट कि इसमें है कि हाँ जी कार्गो आपको. अदरवाइज मेन पॉइंट क्या था? दीज आर द स्मॉल पॉइंट्स कि ठीक है कार्गो तो हम जनरल कार्गो में भी शिप्स में भी ले जा रहे थे, वो भी एकदम से फुल कैपेसिटी लोड करके जाते थे, टेक केयर करते थे. तो ये इसकी क्या
कार्गो आर मोर सिक्योर.
लोडिंग और डिस्चार्जिंग इजीली सर.
चलो ये बात तो हो गई कि चलो टेक्नोलॉजी वाइज जैसे आपने कहा टाइम सेविंग है, फास्टर लोडिंग, फास्टर डिस्चार्जिंग. बट व्हाट प्रॉम्प्टेड समबडी, कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी को तो कुछ हुआ होगा.
पैसे के रिगार्डिंग ही हुआ होगा सर.
कार्गो कैरी करने का ऑप्शन ज्यादा है, उसमें कुछ भी लोड कर सकते हैं.
नहीं वो तो बच्चे जनरल कार्गो तो शिप में भी, अगर आप जनरल कार्गो शिप देखिए, कंटेनर शिप जो है उसी के कार्गो होल्ड में अगर आप सेल गाइड निकाल दो, उसी में अगर हम कार्गो लोड करें तो वो भी कर सकते हैं. अब बच्चे मेन रीजन क्या था इससे?
कार्गो लोड नहीं कर सकते हम लोग.
हाँ जी
तो कार्गो इज सेफर, कार्गो इज सिक्योर्ड एंड सेफ एंड प्रीफ्रेज कम है इन कंटेनर ट्रेड.
यस दिस इज अनदर रीजन. सबसे पहली चीज तो ये या इफ यू गो बैक, अब आपको ये प्रॉब्लम आ रही है बिकॉज मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली आई डोंट थिंक एनी ऑफ यू हैव वर्कड ऑन द जनरल कार्गो शिप्स और व्हाट वी कॉल ब्रेक बल्क शिप्स. सो अगर आपने किया होता नाउ यू सी दिस लाइक हमारा तो टाइम में ही सारे ब्रेक बल्क थे कि जनरल कार्गो, डेरिक्स एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स. शिप्स यूज्ड टू स्टे 1 month इन इंडिया, 10 days, 12 days फॉरेन पोर्ट्स. सो एवरी पोर्ट द शिप वाज वेरी हैप्पीली maximum with derricks you can lift. Union purchases 2.5 ton. Now you must be laughing also कि सर 2.5 ton and 2.5 ton से ऊपर कार्गो हुआ तो उसको हैवी लिफ्ट का नाम दे दिया जाता. फिर लिस्ट ऑफ हैवी लिफ्ट बनाओ जी. So you can imagine how the ships were running. Of course we enjoyed. 10 दिन 12 दिन जहाज खड़ा है, people used to go happily ashore. कोई चोरी, कोई ISPS, कोई कुछ भी नहीं था. Things were very very different. This is from our personal point, but otherwise if you look at from the shipper's point, the ship owner's point rather. Now the liner shipping, what is running between say example India and Europe or Europe to US, ships तो सारे वही थे. Slow, everything was slow. Ship is spending, जैसे आपने time कहा है कि yes, अगर आप today देखिए the statistics they have come out, if you save 1 second, it is $4,000 per second delay costs. And second, the biggest thing was there are different type of cargos. उनको लोड करने के लिए आपने एक ही शिप में स्टील प्लेट्स लोड करनी है, स्टील पाइप्स लोड करनी है, ड्रम्स लोड करने हैं, बेल्स लोड करनी है. सबके लिए अलग अलग गियर चाहिए. So liner shipping was running into loss. So people were raising hand कि भाई ये तो हमारे बस की बात नहीं है. We will sell the ships and we'll start some other business. And इसको top up करने के लिए as it is they were facing this problem. तो आपने जैसे कहा pilferage. I remember my own days. That's why there was so much of crew on the ships. You can imagine बाटा के shoes cardboard boxes में है, टी चेस्ट, चाहे कि छोटे छोटे प्लाईवुड के छोटे छोटे बॉक्सेस जो हैं, यू आर लोडिंग इन अ स्लिंग, और फिर आप नीचे उसको कार्गो होल्ड में उसको फोकलिफ्ट से या किसी तरह से लगा रहे हो. जो भी लोडिंग कर रहा है, डिस्चार्जिंग कर रहा है, कार्डबोर्ड बॉक्स क्या होता है तो अट्रैक्टिव है, किसी की भी होगी. एक आधा बॉक्स निकाला, जेब में डाल लिया जूता. पिल्फरेज, अब हम भी कितनी ड्यूटी कर लेंगे, कितना हम बंदों को चेक कर लेंगे, 24 आवर वर्क चल रहा है. तो पिल्फरेज वाज अनदर बिग इशू, जहाँ पे शिप ओनर कार्गो क्लेम्स, शिपर का कार्गो हाफ हार्टेडली डैमेज कंडीशन में पहुंचा. तो ये सारी चीज़ें थी जिस वर गिविंग अप बिगर लॉसेस टू द लाइनर शिपिंग. लाइनर शिपिंग वाज रियली सफरिंग एक्चुअली. इफ यू सी, चाहे हम तो कह रहे थे हाँ यार शिप इज स्टैंडिंग, शिप तो चलो लोड हो रहा है, डिस्चार्ज हो रहा है, आराम से हमारी चीज़ें, सैलरी भी चल रही है, किनारा घूम रहे, बट एक्चुअली द शिपिंग वाज गेटिंग इफेक्टेड एंड द डे वाज कमिंग दैट दे वर अबाउट टू स्टॉप. एंड ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट आपकी व्हाट वी कॉल द मैरीटाइम यूनियन मिलिटेंसी, यूएस एंड ऑस्ट्रेलिया, उनके रूल रेगुलेशन. आई रिमेंबर यूएस, हम यहाँ से टाटा स्टील, टाटा की पाइप्स लेके गए. पाइप्स तो पाइप्स हैं यार, कार्गो थोड़ा बहुत तो उसकी डायरेक्शन थोड़ा तो हिलेगा. चीफ कार्गो इज शिफ्टेड. बोला यार शिफ्टेड क्या भी, एब्सोल्युटली और स्ट्रेट बिल्कुल पैरेलल थोड़ा ना होगा. लोडिंग के टाइम में आगे पीछे से थोड़ा सा तो ऊपर नीचे होगा. नो, जस्ट मनी मेकिंग. सो इन सारी चीज़ों को देखते हुए दे से कि नो, कंटेनराइजेशन वाज द एक्चुअली रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ द डे. अब उसकी एडवांटेजेस आप कहते हो कि यस इट इज़ अ डोर टू डोर सर्विस, इट इज़ फास्टर टर्न अराउंड and all these things are associated. And today when these containers came, everyone was happy. Today you are running an industry in Ludhiana, you put your t-shirts, pants, cardigans, anything in hanger and put it in the container. Same way they go to US and see the container into the showroom without any damage, without anything. So these are of course advantages with the containers. But containers को चलाने के लिए, containers को लेके आने के लिए, again I don't want to go back into history, it will take. There was a guy called Malcolm McLean. He was a truck driver. His father bought him a truck and basically he saw उसका truck जो एक बारी cotton bales लेके loading के लिए गया है, the whole day he was sitting. एक ही उसका फेरा लगा, यार ये क्या है, ये डेरिक से एक एक बेल उठा के ये मेरे एक ही ट्रक से उठा रहे हैं और एक ही होल्ड में डाल रहे हैं, नंबर 2 होल्ड में, एक ही जगह में. इनोवेशन ऐसे है. व्हाई कांट वी मेक समथिंग जिससे पूरा का पूरा ये ट्रक या जो एक बॉक्स में डालो और उसको उठाओ, एक ही जगह तो रखना है. व्हाई कांट वी पुट इट लाइक दिस. ओनर ऑफ सीलैंड, बिकेम द ओनर ऑफ सीलैंड कंपनी. चलो टुडे व्हाट वी विल सी, चलो ये भी थोड़ा सा हमने देख लिया. व्हाट वी सी द ब्रीफ हिस्ट्री, इट्स ओरिजिन एंड डिफ्यूजन. व्हाट इज फ्रेट कंटेनर, कंटेनर आइडेंटिफिकेशन मार्किंग्स, CSC safety approval, diagrammatic display numbering of how these containers are basically identified, various type of containers, factors involved in planning a stowage plan. We will discuss how this trade moves. Most of the time, most of the people who have worked even on container ships, they feel कि कार्गो प्लान तो सर किनारा से आता है, हमने क्या करना, हमने तो खाली लोडिंग एंड डिस्चार्जिंग करनी है. नो, how these containers are lashing, securing methods, and what you are supposed to be careful, and few terminologies. What is this stack weight, torsional stresses, anti-heeling system, and carriage of reefer containers. तो ये हमारे सारे इन containers के topics हैं which we will see. So few of the things very basic, but I just want to refresh you. This is what you see today's cellular container ship. Of course the ship first generation was not like this, but of course every day there is a innovation, there are changes, there is development taking place, and you see this how these boxes are carried out. So this is your early origin and early diffusion. Containerization resulted directly from the crisis that was faced by many of the world major liner companies in early 60s. Liner shipping was increasingly suffering from the severe financial burdens placed on it by that time, those times, technological state of cargo handling in port. Ports were also, as compared to today, in third state, third grade. Ships technology of derricks and all that. Of course, today if you look at it, you will be wondering, यार ऐसा कैसा ships कैसे load discharge करते थे? And loading and discharging of large number of individual packages, boxes, bags, crates of bewildering varieties and shapes and sizes. इसको हर different gear चाहिए, caused long turnaround times in port and huge wastage in the capital invested in the freighters. So this was the reason which gave rise for this, and in the US and slightly later in Australia, whose shipping industry suffered from extremely high cost levels as well as maritime union militancy. Today also you see EMSA, of course safety wise they are good, but उनके रूल रेगुलेशन इधर बल्क कैरियर पे आपने अगर गए हो ऑस्ट्रेलिया लोड करने को लिया this grain and all that, too much, they are too much. So containers were introduced as a radical measure to turn the tide. So this is basically what led to containers. Now instead of handling various differently sized parcels, ship now loaded a much smaller number of rectangular standard size boxes that a crane could stack one on top of another. And one of the pioneer companies named Sealand rapidly expanded its network, and of course they made these boxes. That time nobody knew, they were just ordinary boxes. So this we will see how the IMO came and how vision of IMO in 1972, that they immediately realized that this is going to be the mode of transportation, and your CSC came into picture, Convention on Safety of Containers. We will touch upon that also. A container ship is a type of ship specially designed for carrying containerized cargo. Cargoes are, of course, we all know, packed in huge standardized containers for more efficient handling. What is freight container? Is an article of transport equipment having following characteristics. It is of permanent character, strong enough for repeated use, designed to facilitate transport of goods by more than one mode of transport: roadways, railways, seaways. This is the beauty of this trade, that right from your factory the trailer picks up, it is also fitted with the same devices. It is transferred to railways. The bogies are also fitted with the same devices, cones, twist locks. Very common today, too high containers are very easily everywhere seen carried by the railways. And third, when it comes to the sea transportation, same things are used. So it is fitting right from the factory to the consignee, any mode of transportation, the same equipment, same things are used. You don't have to worry, या ट्रक में डालेंगे तो कैसे सिक्योर करेंगे, रेलवे में डालेंगे तो कैसे सिक्योर करेंगे. This is the beauty. It is fitted with devices permitting easy handling, especially when transferring from one to another mode. Designed to be easy to fill and empty. किनारे में आराम से बैठ के forklift से उसको भरते रहिए. Keep it ready. When the ship comes, we just load. And of course the size, whatever the size they have given. Now especially showing you this figure, that of course most of you know, it's very easy to know these parts. So basically जो आपका ये structure है, the container, this structure what you see, this is what the actual load bearing structure. Rest तो आपकी these side walls or end walls or door, this is just a covering. तो ये जो है इसकी strength है basically what you see, these are called the corner posts. On top of it you have the corner fittings, which are basically castings, and they bear all the, they are the load bearing structures. Again the bottom end rail, top end rail and side rail. Now ये थोड़े से parts you should be, at least the guys who are going to work on container ships, you should be familiar with these parts. क्यों? tomorrow, God forbid, some damage takes place while loading, discharging. So you should be able to pinpoint here which part of the container is damaged. So little bit technical these words are, that the side walls so many meters from forward, aft, end wall is damaged, top rail is damaged, corner fitting is damaged, which side is damaged, roof is damaged. So ये आपको एक help करेगा just to recognize, just to see the correct terminology of the various parts of these containers. The rest, of course, as by the time you sit on the chief officer's chair, of course we learn the things, but technical words, technical or correct terminology becomes most important जब आप किसी को कुछ convey कर रहे हो कि कौन सा part उसका damage है. Now in case sizes, containers are standardized cargo units. They are normally manufactured to sizes specified under ISO 668, but they can be manufactured in variety of sizes and types. You must have seen their length is usually 20 or 40 feet, although longer containers are used principally in US, 45, 48, 53 feet, because US हमेशा दुनिया से अलग ही रहता है. जब 20 or 40 feet के कंटेनर बने तो इसे नहीं, मैं 25 और 45 के चलाऊंगा. And their width is standardized 8 feet, although their height can vary. हाइट में भी आप देखिए 8 feet 6 inches is a normal container, but the term high cube container usually refers to a standard size container that has a height 9 feet 6 inches, what we call overheight container. तो ये मैं आपको इसलिए बता रहा हूँ स्पेशली कि yes, you have to be careful about the high cube loading. When you go, when you are planning for loading, you have to see how many high cubes your cargo hold can take. Accidents have taken place because the cargo hold could take only 1 or 2 high cubes, and चाहे planner हो चाहे आपने उसको plan को approve किया, you put 3 high cubes, and when they put the hatch cover, container was damaged. Actually it was 1 feet above. So container heights can be 8 feet, 8.5, 9.5, and containers are referred to by what we call TUs and FUs. I think you must be knowing why it is called TU and FU. Anybody? TEUs and FEUs.
20 equivalent and 40 equivalent.
हाँ जी, why it is called? अगर 20 feet है तो ठीक है, 20 feet TU, 20 feet unit. Why this equivalent? Why TEU?
क्योंकि सर 20 is the standard.
बोलिए. अच्छा, जितना आप बोलोगे उतने आपके छोटे छोटे से डाउट्स होते हैं ना, छोटे छोटे. कोई somebody will ask you, I don't want you to come into that situation where you know let anybody have a chance to ask you these things. अब ठीक है, आप कहते हो 20 feet है 40 feet है तो हम इसको TU बोल देते हैं. Why TEU? Your 20 feet container is not exactly 20 feet. 20 feet containers are actually little shorter than 20 feet. That's why it's called
तभी सर equivalent unit होती है वो.
Yes, that's why it's called equivalent. Otherwise तो उसको हम TU बोलते हैं unnecessary, बीच में E का को लगाना. So that 220 feet containers can be stored in a 40 feet bay. So exactly many places.
अगर वर्ड ही लगाना था तो उसको 20 feet ही बना लेते. इक्विवेलेंट क्यों बनाया?
बच्चे अगर 20 feet बनाते हैं तो फिर दो 20 feet को 40 feet बे में नहीं लोड कर सकते थे और कंटेनर को लोडिंग डिस्चार्जिंग में प्रॉब्लम आनी थी.
क्या सर, फिर से बताना सर, क्या है?
हाँ जी, थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए.
सर आप रिपीट करेंगे, आपने क्या कहा अभी? कैन यू रिपीट?
या मैंने कहा ये जो यूनिट्स हैं 20 feet का जो आपका कंटेनर है, इट इज़ नॉट एग्जैक्टली 20 feet, इट इज़ लेस देन 20 feet. Actual dimensions are 12,192 for 40 feet and 6.052. It is less than 20 feet. Because 220 feet containers should be able to fit in a 40 feet bay. अगर ये दो 20 और 20 feet exactly होते तो अगर हम इनको लगा दें तो इनको डालना और निकालना जो था it would be difficult. तो tolerance इसे कहते हैं. That is a tolerance between the two containers. Few centimeters का gap जो है it is required. That's why आपके जो 20 feet containers हैं वो 6.058 millimeter होते हैं. It is not exactly 20. It is 19 feet 10.5 inches. So that's why it's called TU and FU. And ये आपको of course today the ships are designed building time है, but sometime if you are renewing your ISO sockets then you got to be careful उसका distance जो है वो कितना होना चाहिए बीच में. Sometime you may get older ships, पुराने ships हो, ISO sockets खराब हो जाते हैं, डैमेज हो जाते हैं, corroded हो जाते हैं. So I have also replaced. So उस वक्त ये spacing जो है बहुत carefully देखनी पड़ती है. Thus 220-foot containers are 76 millimeters shorter than 40-foot container. So this clearance is often referred to as a ISO gap. So anyway, this is just a little bit of awareness about these containers, and these dimensions of containers have been standardized by the international ISO recommendations. तो उनकी recommendation ये सारे containers हैं, इनका क्या क्या size होना चाहिए. So these things are very much precisely made and done up and checked, verified, surveyed before it comes to us. अब हमारा पहली चीज आती है मार्किंग्स.
ब्रेक टाइम सर ये आगे करता है.
हाँ जी बच्चे,
ब्रेक टाइम सर ये आगे.
मैं समझा नहीं, थोड़ा जोर से बोलिए.
सर ब्रेक टाइम बोल रहे हैं, ब्रेक टाइम.
हाँ, व्हाट इज द टाइम? अभी तो 3:15 हुआ यार. चाय पीनी है?
सॉरी सर मेरी वॉच में मिस्टेक है, आप करिए सर.
चलो 10 मिनट और ले लेते हैं, फिर चल जाएंगे. ठीक है.
मेरी वॉच में मिस्टेक थी, मेरी वॉच में मिस्टेक.
ओके, कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. सो आई आल्सो स्टार्टेड वंडरिंग कि मेरी घड़ी तो नहीं रुक गई कहीं. सो ये थोड़ा सा है, दिस आई थिंक यू आर अवेयर. सो वेरी बेसिक विच आई एम रिफ्रेशिंग यू. क्वेश्चन तो वैसे इस पे नहीं आते, बट यू नेवर नो, समटाइम्स एग्जामिनर इज एग्जामिनर, कि उसके मन में कुछ भी आ जाता है. कई बार आपको लगता है कि सेकंड मेट का सिलेबस में हमने कवर अप किया हुआ है, but again to refresh you, what are the markings on the container? Now we all see these markings. So ये थोड़ी सी है कि yes, इसकी knowledge. First is like if you see TGHU 7599330 owner code. So first is TGHU, or if you say MSCU, so these three letters are first the owner's code, and U is again the product group code, that UJZ. Again it shows, now the U shows it's a freight container. और इसके साथ और रिलेटेड थिंग्स भी हैं, बट मोस्टली वी विल सी दैट TGHU, U is a freight container. This is your registration or serial number, and this 0 is a check digit. I hope you are aware what is check digit, what is the purpose of check digit. Item 4 here. Anybody? हाँ जी.
सर सेम IMO नंबर की तरह ये बाद में इसको मल्टीप्लाई करते हैं, जो मीन जो पहले चाहिए तो इससे डिराइव होता है चेक डिजिट. जो लास्ट डिजिट बनता है वो मैच करना चाहिए 0 के साथ. तो मतलब ये कंटेनर सही है, इसकी रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं मैच करता तो मतलब कुछ गड़बड़ है, चोरी का कंटेनर है.
हाँ नहीं, थोड़ा सा मैं आपको क्लियर करता हूँ, आप ठीक है. तो देखिए ये जो आपने नंबर देख रहे हो TGHU 759933, अब कंटेनर ट्रेड ऐसा है कि एवरीथिंग इज गोइंग ऑन कंप्यूटर्स. There are so many containers. अब हमने भी नंबर लिखने हैं तो मैनुअल तो है नहीं कि हम हाथ से, इवन हम मैनुअली भी लिख रहा हूँ. सो कंटेनर्स आर रिकग्नाइज्ड बाय दीज नंबर्स. अगर बाई चांस मैं टाइप करते करते इसको TGHU 759399 की बजाय 93 इसको घुमा देता हूँ, ये 9 यहाँ पे आ जाता है, 9393 लिख देता हूँ. 9933 को 9393 लिख देता हूँ. एक भी डिजिट अगर इधर से अपनी जगह से इधर से उधर हुआ, and finally if I write like the 93930, कंप्यूटर इसको रिजेक्ट कर देगा, कंटेनर नंबर इज रॉन्ग. If I have a time I'll show you how this calculation is done, because एक बार मैंने देखा है पास्ट पेपर में, ये क्वेश्चन भी है कि हाउ जिस चेक डिजिट की कैलकुलेशन कैसे की जाती है. सो बेसिकली एट दिस स्टेज ये एक चेक डिजिट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट, बिकॉज अगर इनमें से कोई भी डिजिट आपने बाई मिस्टेक ओवर साइड से गलत लिखा तो ये 0 नहीं आएगा. तो उससे उसको पता लग जाता है कि कहीं मैंने नंबर पंच करने में गलती कर दी. सो दिस इज़ द आइडिया, बिकॉज अदरवाइज बाद में सॉरी कहने से कुछ नहीं है, कौन सा कंटेनर कहाँ चला जाएगा, इज़न्ट इट. जस्ट 1 डिजिट अगर मैं इसको 3 की जगह 4 भी बना देता हूँ लास्ट डिजिट को, इट विल बी अ डिफरेंट कंटेनर विच मे बी बाउंड फॉर डिफरेंट पोर्ट. कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच जाएगा, इज़न्ट इट. सो टू चेक दैट इट इज़ दिस कंटेनर, ये चेक डिजिट बनाया जाता है. कैसे बनता है आज नहीं करूँगा. So when we finish this, when we see, so then I will show you how this calculation is done. ताकि बाई चांस इस पर क्वेश्चन आए तो बहुत अच्छा है, स्ट्रेट वे लाइक अ न्यूमेरिकल, आप इसकी कैलकुलेशन करके उनको दिखा सकते हैं। एंड दिस 45G1 अगेन इज द साइज एंड टाइप कोड। तो ये पहले दूसरी तरह से होता था, अब नाउ इट इज इंडिकेटेड लाइक दिस 45G1 इज द साइज एंड G। and बाकी of course is very clearly understood, maximum weight, container weight or what we call the tier weight, then payload and cubic capacity, what is the gross weight it can take, इसका अपना container का weight कितना है and how much is maximum permitted gross weight. So these are the basic markings which you know, which should be there and you can immediately see. Now in addition to this, container is marked with container number, container code, gross weight, net weight, tier weight and cubic capacity. अगर बाई चांस क्वेश्चन आ जाता है what are the various markings, I think you can very easily write and आप इसको show भी कर सकते हो, not to make container but you can show these markings how these are done. Product group code जैसे मैं आपको बता रहा था U, J and Z, जैसे MSCU, MSCJ, MSCZ, लास्ट लेटर जो है दिस इज बेसिकली शोइंग कि ये है क्या. So J and all these things are again, I think yes, I have written U for all freight containers, J for detachable freight container and Z for trailers and chassis, all these things. So पहले इसकी कोडिंग ऐसी थी, अब ये चेंज हो गई है. Now they don't write the container code like this. Now this container code is, they say it is complicated, इसको थोड़ा simple बनाया जाए, so it is written like this. 45G1, the first letter is the length, it is 40 feet, 5 gives you the height and this G1 gives you the characteristics. So this also from far away you can make out that 45G1 means general container, 40 footer and 5 may be overheight container. First character related to length, second to height and remaining to sequence identifying the container type and characteristics. So this is basically like this: 2 for 20 feet, 4 for 40 feet, 5 for high cube, and if it is written 2 then it is normal container, G is general purpose, R is reefer. So no need to remember, but just for your identification, yes, by looking at this number we can identify what type of container is this. ठीक है, ये तो आपके साइजेस आ गए. This is how container number is written and it is identified. चलो, have a cup of tea. फिर we start about this safety approval. What is safety approval? Plate. In addition to these markings, we have a safety approval plate on the containers, what we call CSC plate. And I think quite a few times surveyors are very fond of asking about this CSC. और बात भी बनती है कि यार CSC है क्या चीज़, तो थोड़ा चाय पी लीजिए, हैव अ ब्रेक एंड बी फ्रेश, फिर इसको CSC को पढ़ते हैं और इसके बारे में क्या क्या चीज़, व्हाट ऑल थिंग्स आर मेंशन ऑन दिस प्लेट्स. तो अगर आपको क्वेश्चन मार्किंग की बजाय CSC का जरूर पता होना चाहिए कि कंटेनर पे CSC प्लेट जो है वो क्या इंफॉर्मेशन मेरे को देती है. वेरी यूजफुल इट इज़. चलो ठीक है, मिलते हैं 15 मिनट्स, 15:40 और 45 पे.
45 सर.
चलो ओके.